Good Monday afternoon, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center with an update on the tropics. It's very busy right now. We're going to be doing updates about every 30 minutes or so to give you the latest information on what is happening with the scenarios that are evolving. Of course, we have Marco here closer toward the coast, closer toward the Big Bend, North Florida even, though not really seeing those direct impacts as we get further off toward the east. But we have that center. It's way out here, but there's no thunderstorm activity really right around the center. As you can kind of tell here, it's really just an odd situation overall. As we go ahead and put on our overlay, you can kind of see where the winds are here. And this is just really disorganized, barely tropical, I would say, at this point, as we have all this action off toward the north and east, and that has increased the severe threat a little bit across North Florida here today, a flash flooding threat as well. Some of this is more off toward the west of a viewing area, off toward Panama City, but still want to touch on it here because there's just a lot going on across the state, across the tropics here to get to. So you can see this thunderstorm activity really well defined. You see some more off toward the east as we look away from where I'm talking about with the really well defined action, get some of the scattered action in north central Florida. So we're going to keep an eye on everything because it's a pretty busy picture. I'll go ahead and move this off real quick and we'll get into that in a moment. But while I have the satellite up, zoom in down to the south because it seems like our other system here, Tropical Storm Laura, is getting more well defined here. It's kind of a flip side of things comparing it to Marco. As you can see, that thunderstorm activity really telling a story here. That's something that you just have to be really mindful of for sure as we do look ahead in toward the picture, because things are really getting pretty active down there with the more favorable conditions for it as it does move off in toward the Gulf of Mexico, as it'll really have more of a scenario where it can strengthen pretty quickly there. The environment looks more favorable. We're talking about those warmer water temperatures and less in the way of wind shear. It's really looking like a pretty prime environment, unfortunately. So folks in toward Texas, they really need to be watching here pretty carefully as things do move along, as this situation could be pretty nasty if it really ramps up here. As we look down toward the south, you see this center here, it seems like we're starting to get a little more action closer toward the center. So as this moves away from Cuba, it's going to have a better opportunity to be able to grow here in terms of that moisture here around the center at least. So we're going to have to just continue to monitor that scenario carefully. I'll go ahead and take the satellite off for now as we go ahead, and you see the wind field forecast. You also see just outside here really of this, there's a severe thunderstorm warning, a rare severe thunderstorm warning for the Florida Keys right now as we're getting into some of this action. I know tropical storm warnings and play down that way, but a severe thunderstorm warning here for the lower Keys and middle Keys until 3:45, and maybe winds upwards of about 70 miles an hour, as there's already been a wind gust observed of 70 in Key West. So despite being really far away here from the center, they're getting pretty nasty action down there toward the Florida Keys. I know there's been some power outages as we get up towards southeast Florida as well, not under any tropical alerts, but there's been some thunderstorm warnings, some areas of rotation to watch here. And some of these wind reports recently in that 40-mile-an-hour range, 50-mile-an-hour range, give or take. And we've seen reports a little bit higher than that, even into that severe range. So despite being really far away here, I mean, the center, as we look at the earlier position, I'll kind of go in between here at this point. But we're talking about here about 260 miles or so away from that into where the Miami area, give or take, at least 250 as you kind of estimate the things there. So something interesting to see. Another thing that just popped up here as things are really fluid is a new mesoscale discussion for that tornado potential that we're continuing to watch toward the Florida Big Bend. We had one of these for a 20% chance of maybe a tornado watch being issued, now up to 40% there on that chance of a tornado watch being issued. You see this being sent out there by the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma. I'll go ahead and kind of read it here. Potential for isolated tornadoes may be increasing across and along portions of the immediate Gulf Coast, and convective trends will continue to be monitored here for additional increases in intensity. Now, while storm organization there as we're talking about that, as I put on the radar, the kind of overlay thing, storm organization and intensity over land has been slow to materialize. I'll kind of see some of those parameters here in a moment. We've been seeing some other acts in here where there's been a recent uptick in low-level rotation noted with semi-discrete storms embedded within a tropical cyclone rain band oriented there from Escambia County to Calhoun County, and surface temperature and dew points based on the meteor observations have remained in the upper 70s to near 80s. So we're contributing there to about 1,000 joules per kilogram on on those CAPE values as persistently shown by mesoanalysis over the past few hours or so. And we're seeing the conditions there as we look ahead. I'll kind of scroll across here. Questions do remain regarding how vigorous tornado potential will be with recent runs of the HRRR, so a no discernible signal in increasing storm intensification, but some other model runs showing a modest increase in storm intensity over the next 1 to 3 hours, spanning the Florida Panhandle, even into some of our viewing area here as we look further off in toward the Panhandle, maybe into far southwestern Georgia, but after about 7 p.m. or so Eastern time, a gradual trend. So due to the aforementioned their uncertainties, convective trends will be closely monitored, and we'll have to see if a watch gets issued. Right now, bigger chance of it not being issued, but we have to watch for areas of rotation. I'll kind of do a quick scan of things. You can see a little as we get here south of Colquitt. We'll have to watch. I'll look at storm relative to see how things are going there. And more rotation. This has been what we've been seeing there in toward the Gulf of Mexico, with areas of more persistent rotation trying to get to the coast, but things becoming more unfavorable as we get to the coast. But will the parameters allow as we get further inland? The big question here as we get there just away from the coast, even because we really haven't seen much even at the actual coastal locations, but that could change here pretty quickly as you see some areas of rotation. You see some flooding concerns in toward Panama City, a train of rain here, and that's not what you want to see here on the Doppler radar technology. As there is a flash flood warning that got issued about an hour ago or so, and it goes all the way to 6:45 Central Time for southwestern Bay there, and also getting into Walton County in the Panhandle of Florida, Panama City Beach, also over toward Callaway, Santa Rosa Beach, Springfield, Tyndall Air Force Base. You get the idea here. Some areas maybe even impacted by Michael as we get off Panama City Beach. Luckily wasn't as impacted, but they're getting the worst of this right now. It's not obviously anything like Michael, but still in the last hour about 3 inches, and that can definitely cause some flooding issues as we look toward that area. As we look toward that region, luckily areas out toward the east a little bit less of an impact. Getting more into our area here, you see some of this off, still a little west, but into our region we haven't seen a lot though. As we look here east of Donaldsonville, about 1.5 inches in the last hour or so, as we get some new alerts coming into the system. And then in Bradford County, you're probably watching Bradford County wondering what's going on because you maybe heard some rumbles of thunder here a little while ago in the Stark area. And the worst passing here really off to the west of Stark. I know where I'm at, we didn't really get any rain, but it's just interesting to see here as we do look with the axis moving away now. There has been a significant weather advisory in effect with this storm here as we're looking, but nothing in terms of maybe rotation, developing some wind energy, trying to translate the surface. And we just got a new SBC outlook in, so I'll pull this up. But as we look here, there's still a marginal risk, it looks like here, for some severe weather as we look toward north central Florida. Now the tornado risk off toward the west, this is more about a damaging wind risk here. But as we look at the tornado risk, you see it even going now into southwestern Georgia with a slight risk. That's a change just in here to the weather center. We're just seeing that now into the weather center now. A slight risk of tornadoes as we get over toward Bainbridge, Camilla, Albany even. So we have to watch. This doesn't mean we're going to see tornadoes even. And sometimes this can just be kind of a precursor to things that aren't really ending up evolving too much overall. But we're going to have to continue just to track things to make sure as the environment could be favorable for this. There's a lot of uncertainties why I'm kind of saying this could come true here. We could get a few tornado warnings on the board, but there's also a chance some of these tropical setup things just don't verify. But there's enough energy around, it could end up verifying here with some of this action and at least getting these warnings in play. So I'll take off the outlook that just came in with that higher tornado threat off toward the west. Again, our area there we're talking about, I'll just pull this up real quick one more time. You see a little bit of Liberty Gadsden in here too, some changes to that. But our meso analysis, we have our supercell composite, our significant tornado parameter, our CAPE as well, our energy values, and we'll pull up here our significant tornado parameter, and I think this is kind of what they're going off of here. Excuse me, as we look here for that tornado potential, because there's a little bit of that here. We're talking about some shear, and that's also they're involved with some energy that's going on here, enough energy, and we're seeing this. This is a setup when you get severe weather, you get that shear, you get that energy, and when those combine and get severe storms, a system, our tropical system, not too well defined, and I'll get to here in the graphic system in a moment, but you're getting a severe weather setup. You get severe weather from low pressure, and that's pretty much what this is acting as here, as it is technically a low pressure system as we look off toward the Gulf of Mexico. Again, you see this system here. I'll point it out for you on the screen. I'll move this over just a little bit so we get a better vantage point. But you can see there's very little of a wind field left with our tropical storm Marco. But as we look toward Laura here, you see the bigger storm that's going to enter the Gulf here, and a wind field forecast. We'll have to be watching toward Lake Charles, Beaumont area, even up toward Alexandria, getting pretty far inland with some strong winds. Now this could shift east or west here though, and that's something important which we'll see on the cone perspective in a little bit, as there's quite a bit of model uncertainty. I know we'll have to see what Marco does here as you look at some of these other models to see. It looks like Marco could be around New Orleans later on, but it dropped all those tropical alerts there as that threat overall not too big of a deal, with much of the convection off toward the east as we've been talking about, and more action forming with that daytime heating that we have to watch in the weather picture. So now let's go ahead and pull up graphics. We'll start with this here on Marco. This is the 2 o'clock advisory. They sent out a special update here even on the track because of some changes here in the intensity forecast, and not even being a storm as it moves towards southeast Louisiana, just a tropical depression here. As we look at some other information in the chat, I can see that severe thunderstorm warnings to get down toward the Keys, looking like some of that, if not all of that, going away at this point. But you see here 1 o'clock Central Time on the time frame, the center here, but most of the action off toward the east as we've been seeing. So that's something to note for sure. Still beach erosion, dangerous rip currents, high surf, and flooding in play. That's going to become extra tropical, post-tropical as we look ahead in toward Louisiana here as we get in toward your Tuesday. Maximum sustained winds going to go down even further here, and the winds really aren't even too big of a factor based on some of the Air Force and some of the NOAA reconnaissance information. I know using some different planes there, but just based on some of that data, looking at it, it's not too impressive. So that's the good news. So we see with Laura though, there's more concern with this system, as it's probably going to really get its act together as it gets into the Gulf of Mexico. This is one to watch. Of course, you are pretty far away getting some of that action in South Florida, even some power outages, but the tropical storm warning just goes there as we get toward the Keys. But we're going to have a big impact with this system as we get toward parts of southeast Texas, southwestern Louisiana. Got to be really watching here from southeast Texas, Houston even. You got to pay attention in Houston because there's some model uncertainty I don't like with a system that could be this strong, this impactful, only a couple days away from making landfall. So we got to be watching there in toward Harris County, for instance, Galveston as well. But right now it looks like off toward the east a little bit, and arrival times as we get in toward Wednesday, this is when preparations need to be done by, especially there in toward southeast Texas, southwest Louisiana, even south central Louisiana, going to get some impacts for sure, and further up into toward the state as well because of some of that inland impact that's staying together long enough, even into eastern Texas here, depending on the ultimate track. If it goes a little further west, we could be talking about instead of areas like Alexandria, they're getting that inland brunt. We're talking about more over toward Tyler. So just got to be prepared even inland there. And we'll just pay attention. But by 8 a.m. there, some of these areas will need to be ready as we get further off. We have 8 p.m. for other areas as we get further closer toward where the worst impact to be. So I would say as you get into toward the area of greatest concern, at least by midday Wednesday, I would just go ahead and have it wrapped up. At least as you get to that lunch break, if you're still working there with everything happening with this system and even with the coronavirus, if you're going in person, maybe on that lunch break, just finish up some of those preparations as we're starting to look ahead toward Laura and Laura's force, Laura's fury, unfortunately, on toward the areas of southwest Louisiana, south central Louisiana possibly, and maybe getting over toward southeastern Texas as well. We're watching this, and we're going to take a quick break from the tropics here as we look over toward the Doppler radar real quick. I just want to pop this up real quick here as we might have some different viewers tuning in right now, and we want to show you what's happening as we get over toward north central Florida right now. on the radar scope computer. You'll be able to see what I'm talking about here with some of this action. We're getting some of this more capable of damaging winds versus tornadoes as we're getting away from some of that higher rotational energy, some of those higher shear values in play per se. But you do see, as we look toward Baker County, a little bit of wind energy, a little bit more as we get down toward Interlock and Hawthorne. Going to be maybe getting a storm that's pretty strong here over the next little bit. A lot of lightning in play. And we had a lot of lightning around Stark. Even a few customers lost power from that storm that became a little bit stronger as it moved away from Stark toward Rayford, but now looks like a little bit weaker. So just a quick update on the Doppler. You see some wind energy there toward southwestward. I know the big news for them right now is that they're now under a slight risk for tornadic action here. A slight risk from the Storm Prediction Center. As we're looking ahead there, we're going to have to watch for areas of rotation with Marco and how it could impact some of these areas. So we just want you to stay tuned. You see some rotation here in our Colquitt. We have to watch this. We'll go as pretty much we need to on here with the coverage pretty much wall to wall. We're streaming constantly here and at least past about 6 o'clock or so, depending on how things go with if there's a tornado watch, tornado warnings in play. But we're going to be on here giving that latest information as soon as it comes out from the National Weather Service if we get tornado warnings in place around Colquitt. You see some rotation right now. We have to just watch here in toward this area with some of this. And as we look off toward the Panhandle, this is outside of our area, but you see there around, it looks like parts of the Blountstown area, there, that region, you're seeing some rotation, some wind energy coming off the coast here too. I'll move it over to the radar closer to this axis. You see some areas we'll have to watch the rotation right near the coast, even if this were to tighten up some of this. I get a tornado warning, though it doesn't look too impressive at the moment. That's the good news. We just have to pay attention here because in this environment, with that energy, with that shear in play, we could have some issues here in the overall situation because of this overall scenario. So again, just a quick radar update if you're just tuning in. Watching those areas of rotation, they can tighten up real quick, get a quick tornado warning, quick spin up, and we'll look at that enhanced Vegeta scale here in a moment as I'm going to go past 4 o'clock with this update here, and then we'll kind of be on a schedule where we're breaking in at the bottom of the hour at 4:30, the top of the hour at 5. Now, if there's some late breaking information in between that are running to get to, of course, we'll let you know about it, but we'll have that full update on that track at 5 o'clock. I know that'll be important, and as I come back on camera right now, we'll move away from radar scope. I do want to emphasize here as we watch Laura, we're continuing to track this system carefully. Probably going to have a hurricane watch issue here at 5 o'clock Eastern for that 5 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock Central Time advisory for parts of southeastern Texas, southwestern Louisiana, maybe some areas further off toward the east in there as well, as we need to just pay attention for a hurricane watch to be issued, probably storm surge watch as well, and that could be a real big impact here as we look at our model data. This is from Pivotal Weather here at 7 p.m. Central Time on that Wednesday. It says maybe a Cat 2 Category 3 hurricane on the European model, the latest run of it. A high-res version, you can see it tracking toward the Lake Charles, maybe over toward Beaumont even, that area as well. We're just going to have to watch. I think right now, if this were to verify, we see more of an impact in southwestern Louisiana versus southeastern Texas, but we'll just have to pay attention because dangerous wind gusts and storm surge could cause major issues here, especially as we look near and also off toward the east of this. We have to just see how it comes across, see how it impacts Louisiana. Could have some big issues. Again, a hurricane watch, storm surge watch, both going to probably come into play here within the next hour from the National Hurricane Center as things starting to ramp up, the concern ramping up some as confidence is increasing in a Category 2, Category 3 type hurricane. Could be a little weaker, a little stronger. Is there still some uncertainty, but it looks like somewhere at least between parts there, maybe getting down Houston. I kind of want to stretch this out a little because the ensemble models are showing things a little bit further off into toward Texas, which is concerning that we don't have that consensus on that version of things as we look at inside and kind of go under the hood there on the European model. So we still need to be watching there. I mean, even as we get down the coast a little, into toward Texas, just pay attention here and even off as far east as New Orleans, just be watching this system here as Laura could pull kind of a trick here, unfortunately, and do something we're not expecting. It could rapidly intensify. That's more what we're expecting as it gets closer, and we have to pay attention for some changes as it does so, as it looks like it's going to maybe take a little while to intensify. We'll see, but once it gets going, it's going to get going pretty quick, and it could make things a little bit tricky there, even if we have more consensus like we do now in the models. Now, the excessive rainfall outlook, that's another threat here. We're talking about storm surge, talking about that, of course, that wind potential there. We could have wind gusts pretty high. I'll try to dive into that here as we look ahead with some of those cities there in that region with some potential wind gusts. I'll try to get you that here as, again, we are looking ahead here later tonight or tomorrow. But a flash flood watch also does remain in effect because of Marco and its impact toward parts of Franklin, Liberty, and McCulloch counties until 10 o'clock in our area. Slight risk, marginal risk for some of this here off toward the east there. Toward the west, you see, I'll kind of emphasize it as we get toward Lake Charles, maybe a foot of rain or so possible and toward that region. It's a pretty quick moving system. It looks like relatively not like a Harvey type scenario at least, but over a foot of rain, definitely a possibility in isolated areas toward Lake Charles there and toward southwestern Louisiana, not too far away maybe from Cameron as well. We'll just have to pay attention there. I know on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale, we're looking at this because right now, a Category 2 hurricane, 105 or so maximum sustained at landfall would mean some extensive damage here in toward this region. So we want people to be watching this here very carefully. Now, if we get up a little bit higher even without it getting higher, we could still see some devastating damage in some isolated spots, but more widespread damage there could be of that devastating fashion as we get further up that scale. So we have to just pay attention here because this could be the most impactful hurricane of the season here with Tropical Storm Laura going to be expected here to become a hurricane as we're looking ahead. And tornadoes also a threat here from all of this action from Laura, but in Marco we have that slight risk in play. And generally we're not talking about, I know you see it behind me, that's EF3 damage there and toward the Albany area from that tornado in 2017. We're not really talking about those situations normally in these tropical scenarios, though I know we just had a strong tornado there, one of the strongest tornadoes we've seen with the tropical system as we look toward parts of North Carolina with ECES. But with this situation here, we're talking more somewhere in that EF1, maybe EF2 range there as we're getting toward some of these tornadoes, even EF0s as you're getting into where maybe tornadoes from Marco, a weaker type system as well. So just be kind of mindful here as we're looking. We're not really looking up the scale normally. I know that was a really big outlier. That was the strongest tornado, I think, since 2005 as we were looking there toward Bertie County there, North Carolina, with ECES. That was a tornado that caused fatalities, severe damage. We're talking about isolated considerable but mainly light to moderate damage with these tornadoes that are in play here with Marco. Maybe we'll have to watch with Laura. There's a little more uncertainty with that even because we're getting further off into toward the time range, but still a busy year. And we have Laura, Marco, maybe even Nana here coming pretty soon. Some models, I don't want to get into them too far right now, but they're hinting at some things down the road that we'll have to just pay attention to very carefully because things are going to be ramping on up there as we look ahead here in toward the month of September, potentially here for some East Coast impacts even. So just kind of stay tuned there. I kind of don't want to dive too much. I mean, I might have gave a little too much information even with that because that's just one hint there in the model data. I know we were talking about Laura, for instance. It could have been an East Coast storm, and it really shifted to high pressure in place. You just never know with these situations. You just really never know what could happen. And we'll just be here to watch it all for you here in the Weather Center as we get into toward September and that peak of hurricane season. September, of course, early September, the busiest time, but hurricane season does technically run through November 30th, so we've got a while to go here and could even be getting to that Greek alphabet. So something that is worth noting here is things are definitely looking really active. A historic season. Laura could be one of the worst, if not the worst systems we see, and we're trying to see exactly how it organizes. Could really get going here as it moves away from Cuba, and we're going to just have to pay attention to see exactly what those hurricane hunters find with this here. I'm going to pull that up on my end real quick to see what we're looking at with some of this important information here. And I know they've been out there, some getting some valuable information. I don't see anything too recent down there, though. And that's some good news at least. But as we get to the Keys, there are quite a few tropical reports there. So let's pop that up real quick. Getting quite a good impact there. Unfortunately, not good in that in that traditional sense of using that word, but a pretty big impact relatively for this storm being so far away toward the Keys. So let's go ahead and look over toward our Earth computer. The leading edge of a line of showers there, a gust of 45, a gust there to 47, another one here to 58. We're talking about 62 there as well. So this acts and Roy causing quite a bit of wind to translate to the surface there in toward that region. Something that's worth noting there for sure in toward the Florida Keys. We're about to wrap this update up as we're getting past the top of the hour now. Meteorologist Casey Cloud continuing our update here on the tropics. We're doing these updates every 30 minutes. I started here, though, a little bit here as we were looking past 3:30. With this update, we're just going to kind of give you a long one here as we start this covered off this afternoon, as we start watching for maybe some tornadic activity even in toward parts of the Tallahassee area later on, even as we get more toward Albany and off toward the west there, toward Panama City, the higher threat. So just kind of stay tuned there. I know today is the anniversary of Hurricane Andrew. Now, we're not expecting anything like that here in the tropics. We've got to still watch Laura because there's some uncertainty, but it's just interesting to see all this acts, and it kind of tells you the peak of the season's here. That was a really inactive year besides Andrew in the Atlantic Basin, but it had a catastrophic impact in the Homestead area. Ironically, nothing like Andrew, but still winds is pretty high. Was it one of those vans moving through there earlier in toward that region, in toward that Miami-Dade area? So this storm, though, we're tracking right now, we're tracking at the moment nothing like Andrew. That was one of only 4 Category 5 hurricanes that hit the United States. I know, of course, Michael was the last one. We had Andrew there as well in the picture and a couple others. So interesting to see that. And another comparison here as I go ahead and look at this here once again. I was showing this to you yesterday on our update. Bonnie, we were talking about storms here as maybe they make landfall in a pretty close time frame, and ironically this system's going to be about maybe even a little bit weaker. We were expecting maybe our storm marker to be a hurricane at landfall, and now it could end up being just a depressant. So Bonnie could be a pretty good analog as we're looking further off, of course, in time and space, different time is or different space areas, but the time area not that much longer there as we get into toward that period. So again, interesting to see that here for sure as we look off toward the Florida Big Bend. That was the story there. Charley as well, as we look off toward that region, you can see getting toward the Punta Gorda area. That was only a day later. So just showing you can still have 2 storms make landfall in a pretty short time and space zone. Of course, we're not seeing a similar situation directly with this, as Florida's not really getting any type of impacts, especially nothing like what we saw with Charley there. That's the good news. That's the good news with that situation. As we look here at the radar one more time before I go ahead and send it back for the time being, I do want to pop on some things here into the local area. We're watching areas of rotation here. We're just going to look. I'm off on the Eglin radar right now. We're watching some areas here outside of the viewing area. You see some of this rotation north of Bunchtown. I'll pull up the Fort Rucker radar because this will give us a better look here at that accent in toward Miller and Early counties as we look toward that region. It'll take a second to load here. So let's go ahead and broaden the view real quick here. You see what is happening as we're switching radar sites. And you're seeing a area of rotation intensify a little here. Gotta be watching. If you're hearing noise north of Colquitt, you might want to just go ahead and take shelter. This isn't a gate to gate, but it looks like it's getting there. It's getting there. We might have a tornado warning issued for parts of Colquitt, parts of the Colquitt area, but as we get toward Miller and Early counties here over the next little bit. So I'll break in if I need to for this. Otherwise, if there's other information that's imminent, I'll do the same. If not, though, we'll see you back here at about 4:30. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour with an update on the tropics, of course, but more importantly, a tornado warning just outside of our viewing area. But I will cover it because, of course, this is important to talk about here when we're in the state of Florida, especially with maybe a quick tornado spinning up. We put it on the screen as soon as the warning was issued by the National Weather Service there in Tallahassee. Again, this is in Panama City television market, so I don't necessarily normally cover this, but because we're on, we want to talk about what's happening here. A really important area to do so because this was a region really impacted by Michael, unfortunately, back in 2018, and we're seeing a gate-to-gate here about 60-70 miles an hour of rotation not far from Lynn Haven and Southport here in Bay County. So I'll back this up a little bit. You can kind of see how we had this rotation. Weather Service and some other people were watching this here, and now they did end up issuing a tornado warning because it tightened up there in a pretty precise spot. And I've noticed even maybe a little bit of indication of debris that is kind of not really popping on here at the moment, so that's some good news at least. But a tornado warning in Bay County here in the Florida Panhandle. This is until 4 o'clock Central Time at 3:23. A severe thunderstorm that's capable of producing a tornado near Highland Park or near Lynn Haven, moving north at about 10 miles an hour, so a pretty slow mover. Lynn Haven around 350. I know sometimes you can get these tropical tornadoes moving pretty fast, but we have this storm kind of winding down, and you see other areas here toward like Bay Head there, as well as it looks over toward Brandonville as well. So again, a possible tornado there in the Florida Panhandle. Marco's winding down as south, but it's spreading in this energy, the overall shear here as well, to produce maybe tornadic activity. We're watching some other areas here as well as we look toward our region. You see a little bit of rotation there just outside of our area in Jackson County, but as we get over toward southwest Georgia, I've been watching some of this action here as well. We'll kind of pop on our shear rate tracker and we'll go over to South Georgia. As you don't see, at least with the one cell, as much rotation. I'm kind of looking at some things. I see something near Adele that's popping up on shear rate. So let me go ahead and switch to Valdosta. It might just be an anomaly because I hadn't noticed anything over there before, but these things can pop up quick. So I just want to make sure it's not an anomaly because I did see something popping in there on the shear rate tracker. So we're going to switch to Valdosta radar. It'll kind of zoom out here for a second as we get that latest information here in from the radar site there as we watch to see what is happening here across the region. I just want to go ahead and look into Berrien County, Cook County here as well. And there's a TVS. Ooh, yeah, that might be a tornado trying to form here. That's not an anomaly. It looks strange, but I don't know if that's really an anomaly because we're getting a gate-to-gate here, a little bit of a gate-to-gate here. And that, I mean, this is an environment for that. So we need to watch here. A possible tornado trying to form near Adele, just to the north here, east of 75, between Adele and Lenox, really. So we need to be watching here to make sure something doesn't pop up real quick. We do have the TVS signature on the Doppler. It's not really clear, but in these setups, things can go kind of quick here. So just got to be watching in that area. We're watching these other storms here as well for some rotation. We're looking here near Ocklackney, not much. Norman Park, not much there either. And we're looking up toward the west. I kind of have to play a little bit of a radar game here, unfortunately, as we switch between them to give you better cover to the rest of the region. So I'm going to kind of switch you on over here to a broader perspective right now as we do that. Again, the tornado warning out of our area in Bay County, but we're watching it because I know that was an area really hit by Michael. Just trying to give you the latest information there in the state of Florida, a tornado warning because of a tropical cyclone. But as we look here and towards South Georgia, we're still looking at some of this action. The rotation not as strong here as we got toward areas like Colquitt. But again, this is what caught my eye, and that's why I switched to Valdosta radar, because this rotation is showing up pretty strong, at least on rotation tracker near Adele. So we have to just pay attention here. I'm checking the chat session, and then it's really strong here out of our area as we get towards Lynn Haven, Vicksburg here in the Florida Panhandle. So as I kind of switch some things over, we still see a little bit of rotation in Early County, but it doesn't look too well defined right now off the Fort Wreck radar. We'll watch it near Damascus, and we're just going to have to kind of play this game here, a game that you don't really want to have to play. It's kind of tornado whack-a-mole is what a meteorologist in Birmingham likes to term tornadoes that pop up in a tropical environment. So interesting to see here as we see these storms kind of isolated in an environment here that they try to spin up. So we'll continue to watch things. We're waiting for the new advisory from the National Hurricane Center on both Marco. Might be getting a landfall here pretty soon with the center, what's left of that center. And then as we look over toward Laura there, we'll be watching as we may be seeing a hurricane watch issued. I'll broaden the view out real quick here on the other system. Might get a hurricane watch here as we look toward parts of the Gulf Coast. Might be watching here areas like Houston, areas like Beaumont, like Charles there, Cameron. Gonna be watching to see what happens with the latest update here at 5 o'clock. But I'm expecting a hurricane watch to be issued here as we get toward especially parts of southwestern Louisiana. Seems like a sure bet we're gonna get that here soon. Storm surge watch as well, as we just got an update here. I know, just kind of getting that latest information in as we do so here. I kind of dump sometimes as we get that beeping noise in, but get a tornado warning update there out toward Bay County. And you see it's everything is capable of producing a tornado near Lynn Haven, moving north at about 10 miles an hour. So again, we're watching that. We're watching exactly what's happening there. We're watching the overall setup. I'll be back here with the latest information on maybe tornado warnings, but also seeing what is happening here with this overall tropical setup with the storm surge watches and hurricane watches that are likely forthcoming here for parts of the Gulf Coast in just a few minutes. Stay tuned, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour with a lot of late-breaking information across the region, across the tropics here as well. Just so much coming into the Weather Center. But first off, I want to turn your attention to a tornado watch. I just posted this if people aren't watching the coverage there, watching the stream on Facebook and Twitter, but a tornado watch in play now till midnight. We're talking about in our area, Liberty in the Florida Big Bend, also up toward Gadsden, and then toward southwestern Georgia here, a lot of counties as we get in toward areas like Bainbridge, Blakely, Morgan, Albany, Camilla, Thomasville, Moultrie, Adel, Tifton as well. Because of Marco, we have that rotation around there, and we have that energy too. So got to be mindful, and we even have a severe thunderstorm warning in our area here as we get to Levy County, which doesn't normally have these severe warnings issued. This is out of the Tampa Bay Ruskin area office, but we're looking here because of the action here down toward a severe thunderstorm here in toward Rainbow Lakes Estates area. It's moving northwest at 30 miles an hour. Chiefland under this warning, also toward Fowler's Bluff, Manatee Road, and Otter Creek. And this isn't directly from the system, but we have that energy, that shear around, enough of it at least, and that's why we have a severe thunderstorm warning here for Levy County. We get in a little bit tighter. You see Otter Creek. We'll look for rotation. We've been pretty busy here going between some things, so I hadn't looked to see if there's some rotation, but the Weather Service wasn't mentioning it there in the Tampa office. So we're seeing that there was a wind report of about 39 miles an hour, tropical force gusto towards Cedar Key just a little while ago. So something that they're seeing down toward that area, getting into some of this wind action. But a lot going on here locally with the tropical action. We're talking about it. The tornado warning canceled toward Panama City. The rotation broadened there. But now the track and hurricane watches and warnings, at least for that potential there, that potential of that threat coming on out. We've seen some updates at least, so let's go ahead and look here at the notes. I know some different changes for some different spots here, and to be precise, we're not talking about warnings for the coast right now here, as we are trying to give you that latest information. But here's the track. This is the track just in from the National Hurricane Center. A hurricane watch has been issued here as we're looking from the Texas coast. We're getting toward Port Bolivar there to the west areas west there of Morgan City in Louisiana, and then a storm surge watch from San Luis Pass there in Texas to Ocean Springs in Mississippi. So that also includes Lake Pontchartrain, some of these other lakes as well, and areas there. We're talking really outside of the southeastern Louisiana hurricane and storm damage protection reduction risk system there, reduction and risk. Reducing that there. So again, we are seeing what is happening. Again, a lot of late breaking information, the tropical storm warning for the Florida Keys as well. We're going to have more on this here as we look ahead toward 5:30 or so. But you see maybe a Category 2 hurricane making landfall around 1 a.m. Central Time here on the southwestern Louisiana coast. That's according to the latest forecast, and that's what we do have a hurricane watch in play now, a hurricane watch in play here for parts of this region, as we are anticipating some hurricane conditions within 48 hours or so in this area. So the time is now to prepare. We'll try to have more information on all of this. The cone perspective, we're just tracking a lot of things here. Really busy in the Weather Center right now. Let's pop up that severe thunderstorm warning toward Levy County as we look down toward that area, be able to see what is happening in toward parts of the coastal areas there. And the Weather Service also talking about some other storms around in toward the Jacksonville region too, and we'll see some of that action here once we switch radars, because we have to switch between here for some of this different activity. I know there's a significant weather advisory here toward northern Bradford as well. We're hearing some rumbles of thunder around, and you see that here on the screen as we're getting up toward the Rayford area. They're getting this right now, a little bit of wind energy. And as the Weather Service does mention here, they're seeing a few storms in inland areas in northeastern Florida and southeastern Georgia that are capable here of producing gusty winds of around 45 miles per hour or so. The highest measured gust reported so far at 36 miles per hour in Trenton, but seeing some Doppler radar sampling of winds to about 48 there in Clinton County, North Gilchrist, and the Bradford Union County area. So we're seeing a lot of things happening just under severe limits. Could knock out a few power outages, not too significant, but we're going to watch everything for you here. We're watching that storm here down toward Otter Creek as well. You see down toward the Cedar Key area. Severe thunderstorm warning remaining in effect there till 5:30. We're going to gather more information back here as necessary before 5:30. But if there's nothing new that's imminent to talk about before then, I'll see you at 5:30. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the bottom of the hour with just a lot going on right now. A lot of action. I know that storm down toward Levy's been moving into Dixie, and now a significant weather advisory in toward that region. So no longer a severe thunderstorm warning in toward the Levy County area right now, but we are watching some more action further down just that set of our area in toward Citrus that's even rotating a little bit. I know the Weather Service has been mentioning this with a tornado possible tag there out of the Tampa office. We're looking in that Inverness area of Citrus County, so just got to watch toward Dunellen over the next little bit to see if we have something above out of this. We're kind of far away on the radar site here, so I'll see if we can switch to Tampa, and this should give us a little bit better view of things as we're in towards Citrus County, again, part of that area here that's just that side of our viewing circle here as we're looking toward the Tampa region. But Levy is in our area out of Tampa office, and of course Marion out of the Jacksonville office, also in our region. We're seeing some of that rotation a little clearer here as we're looking in towards some of these areas, so we need to pay attention in Marion and in toward Levy here as well. Jacksonville office in charge of making that decision as we get over toward Marion on if maybe a tornado warning or just a thunderstorm warning, or even if only a significant weather advisory is required. Levy, that job will go there to the Tampa office, who is issuing this thunderstorm warning down there in towards Citrus County. So again, we're watching this. We're watching the tropics. We're watching a flash flooding threat above just that set of our area, as well as we see a new flash flood warning coming on the board there as we get further out in toward the Panhandle. So let's go ahead and pop this on right now. You do see here down toward areas like Panama City, there's some flooding, quite a bit of it reported. A water reported over roads at several locations there, with water up to car doors even on Thomas Drive. And then as we get toward the north here, you see a new flash flood warning for the Chipley area. This is a flash flood warning here for northeastern Bay, Eastern Holmes, Jackson, and Washington until 7:30. At 4:31, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorm producing heavy rain across the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly, so we're going to watch that there carefully outside of our area. But a tornado watch does include some of our area here as we move it over toward parts here of southwestern Georgia, the Florida Big Bend, in terms of Gadsden and Liberty under this here as well. So we just have to pay attention, and I know we're watching the latest here on our system on Laura, and I do have the home perspective now in here, and we might add more to this here later on, but we'll just go ahead and pop this up for now as we're trying to give you this late breaking information with that hurricane watch in play. This is the 5 o'clock advisory from the National Hurricane Center here on Laura. 60 mile per hour maximum sustained winds, movement of west-northwest at about 20 miles an hour, and that minimum pressure 1,001 millibars, and you see it making landfall there according to this, not far away from Cameron and Lake Charles at 2 a.m. on Thursday morning there. So we got to be paying attention in toward that region. I know there is a storm surge watch and a hurricane watch here in play. So let's go ahead and talk about some of these right now. I kind of alluded to them a moment ago, but I have the actual paperwork in front of me so we can go ahead and run these down again. We're talking about a storm surge watch there in effect from San Luis Pass, Texas to Ocean Springs, Mississippi. We're also talking about Lake Pontchartrain included there, as well as areas even outside of the southeast Louisiana hurricane and storm damage risk reduction system. So we'll have to watch that scenario carefully there. We'll have to just pay attention as we do look toward Louisiana, toward Texas, even Mississippi there, as I mentioned, all the way to Ocean Springs. And then a hurricane watch in play from Fort Bolivar, Texas to west of Morgan City, Louisiana. That is in that pink color there on the map. You see tropical storm watches in play west of that hurricane watch, east of that hurricane watch here as well. So we'll be watching to see what happens. You see the Keys here under a tropical storm warning. Same with Cuba. They're getting more imminent threats, already getting some gusty winds there, some severe winds even in toward the Keys in South Florida with some of this action here today coming from this system. You see that wind field over Cuba there all the way extending north of Cuba even with some of those winds, and we'll have to see if things maybe pick up a little bit more in toward the Keys later on. Something to kind of monitor and see how things do evolve here, but just a lot happening. Tropical storm watches and watches off toward the west here and the east for storm surge potential, as well as we already alluded to. Even outside of this cone, it kind of is important to emphasize that some of this potential here outside of the cone even, and I'll try to give you some of that storm surge information as we're looking ahead as well. We're also watching Marco here too, the 5 o'clock update on that. No watches warnings in effect for that system, as things looking a little bit better there overall, but we're just still tracking the moisture to come more toward the panhandle region than what we were initially expecting here. I know Marco was supposed to go ultimately there further out toward the west in Laura, but things didn't quite cooperate based on what the forecast and the forecast models were saying. So at least it's weakening, and it's not going to have a huge impact overall, but still some of its footprint being felt here across the Big Bend, as we've been alluding to. We're watching for areas of rotation. We're going to look here in rotation trackers, some toward Thomas County. We'll watch. Nothing really standing out on here, but we have to get down under the hood a little bit to see exactly what's going on a little bit better, and we'll do that here as necessary to see exactly how things are evolving. Again, this tornado watch till midnight. We also have way outside of the tornado watch a couple tornado warnings here in toward South Carolina. You see a pretty well-defined area of rotation there as we get near Jacksonboro there in toward parts of South Carolina. This is in the Charleston television market, it looks like. So we're going to watch to see how things evolve there. It just kind of sees there's some spin around in the atmosphere today, mixing with that energy. This is the energy map here, and I'll move this kind of over so you can see down to the side. You see a lot of energy for that thunderstorm warning is. Not as much where that area there is where we have the 2 tornado warnings, but as we put on the tornado parameters, we're looking here. Some of the parameters even in Georgia, and you can kind of see here some of this trying to extend over. You can't actually really make it out on the mapping, but I can see it on my end that we actually have numbers that are just under the color coding here of some significant tornado potential there as we're looking toward a little bit of a tornado threat. Not really talking about strong tornadoes, but we're just watching here, and we're going to give you those latest updates as necessary in the Weather Center. I know Weather Service watching this new flash flood warning here in the Panhandle, where they're estimating, based on radar indications, 4 to 6 inches of rain per hour falling. So a nasty scenario there. You see it on the screen here. We're looking in toward areas south of Vernon in the Panhandle. So we're going to continue to watch. We'll be back here at 6 o'clock. If, of course, we need to come on earlier, we will. But that's the plan right now, is back here at 6 o'clock with more information on everything that's going on a very busy weather day, a very busy weather week here in the tropics. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour with the latest information on the tropics. There's so much going on, even locally with the tornado watch because of Marco as we get out toward the Tallahassee area, just west of Tallahassee, especially we're talking toward Quincy, up toward Bainbridge, getting over toward areas like Cairo as well, Albany. So we're going to continue to track that. But with this hurricane, with Laura, of course, we're really tracking it even more closely because it's going to have really detrimental impacts. It looks like really bad impacts toward parts of southwestern Louisiana, maybe even southeastern Texas. Could even get over toward south central Louisiana, depending on how things evolve with the wind there. We just have to really watch. I'll dive into that here in a moment. I got a graphic in there from the National Hurricane Center about storm surge and this time about everything that could occur there. And we'll just dive into what's happening with that scenario. But right now we need to dive into this tornado watch that goes until midnight. Conditions still favorable here as Marco kind of spread apart today. If you're just kind of tuning in, wondering what's going on here with the tornado watch for part of our region, it's because Marco is out here, but it's just spread apart. It's really weak, barely a tropical storm. They dropped all the tropical storm warnings, storm surge warnings, hurricane warnings that were in play. They dropped those earlier on today even. So that's good news there toward Louisiana, but what's left of it is kind of feeling some of this action around the Big Bend, and we had a tornado warning out toward the Panama City area earlier, some flash flooding going on out toward the west as well. We've had areas of rotation we've been keeping our close eyes peeled out for, and we're just going to have to continue to look here to see what continues to evolve out of everything that's going on here. You see a little rotation to the 8L. I'll pop up some other tools here as we switch between radars. We have some significant weather advisories in place. So just a lot happening with this environment, with this setup here. Not necessarily getting storms to be warned, but at least having to just pay attention to what's going on here. Because we do have some areas of rotation within the Doppler radar algorithms. Again, the tornado watch here in the yellow color, that's midnight Eastern time, 11 o'clock Central time, as conditions potentially remaining favorable here into the evening, that we will lose some of that daytime heating, so that should help limit things to an extent, I would think. We have quite a few areas here that are showing rotation on the Doppler radar right now. Nothing really extreme standing out. But if any of these were to tighten, they could require a tornado warning to be issued for the specific area. So we'll talk about this area here. First off, north and east of Hahira, a little bit of rotation. It's pretty broad in nature. We see some other areas here. They're really broad in nature right now. Area here looks like north of Cogdale, a little bit tighter, but still not too tight. Something that's trying to rotate those more just wind energy as we get into toward Baker and Columbia. And south of Live Oak, a little bit of broad rotation here too. South of Mayo, same story, a little bit more as we get toward Levy County. We're watching some of this. I know I was on the Tampa radar, and we'll switch you over there real quick to see what's happening as we kind of give you that perspective here from that radar site. And to be able to see, it kind of gets hard to see exactly what's going on there. There's a little rotation moving toward Marion County. We'll have to watch here as well over the next little bit as we're on the periphery here as we get closer to north central Florida. As we get closer toward north central Florida, we're on that periphery, and that's kind of giving us some energy here, combining with the shear and maybe getting some of these storms to rotate a little bit. So we'll have to just continue to watch all of this action here. Let's pop up the radar scope computer. It'll take a second to load as we want to give you a little bit different look at things, but what I'll be doing here is trying to give you a different perspective on this action, as we just have a lot going on here. We have marine warnings into the Gulf. Nothing extreme going on across our area right now. Don't get me wrong. It's just a lot of action overall with these areas. I have Moody radar up now, the Moody Air Force Base radar up on radar scope, and we'll show you how things look with some of this wind energy moving toward Mayo. Perry is getting in some wind, maybe about 40 miles an hour as well, it looks like. So just these areas, if we started to get more red on here, that wind going away from that radar, we'd have to worry more about rotation. Right now, it looks like more just gust of wind. This area here looks a little bit brighter than the rest. You see 55 in there even. So let's see if this is matching up with the radar. If it is, it could be translating to the surface, and it is here matching up. So this storm could get a warning depending on how things go. We're kind of far from the radar site overall, but We have to kind of switch between them as I've been talking about here. They give you the best look at things. We'll see if a thunderstorm warning with maybe a tornado possible tag gets issued in toward that region. We're also getting kind of the edge of some jurisdictions here between the Jacksonville office, Tallahassee office there, based on how those warnings are issued. So a lot happening. Looking at the county warning areas there, looking at these storms in Georgia, we have these different radar views up, so I'll kind of take advantage right now as we get into southern Georgia. You see some of that lightning, but the rotation areas don't look all that strong. Of course, with the tornado watch, as we get further out toward the west, and the shear a little more favorable as we get out here. So we'll go to Tallahassee, and that radar now you see a little rotation as we get toward Thomasville. Let's zoom in here. Again, nothing that's really standing out, and that's not really lining up right now. Cairo, let's see if anything's popping up here. I didn't really see anything a moment ago. There's some wind energy in Cairo, maybe gusty winds, but under severe limits. And that's the good news. We just don't want to get winds going in opposite directions here, because then that's when you start to really see an enhancement here, maybe a tornado in the EF0 to EF1 range. I see something else out of our area that kind of stands out. It's pretty high up looking in the storm, but in Jackson County you see some rotation, a little more favorable area there, so I have to watch to see if something pops. Getting up toward Douglas, you see some rotation here as well. Again, these are weak areas, nothing's really standing out, but we're just trying to kind of give you a heads up in case something tightens up real quick here. And just be watching, nothing really tight right now, and these would likely produce weaker tornadoes on that scale. I know in the chat somebody's talking about a roof off a shed there toward the Panama City area, and that's kind of indicative of how storms are going to go here. If we get a tornado, probably a really weak one. Can't guarantee that, of course, but just with this environment, it would make sense that these were weaker type tornadoes, really just quick spin ups and then kind of dying on out. Could cause a few issues, could be serious, maybe even life-threatening for a couple people, but overall something that shouldn't be too significant. But we're going to watch. We're going to be here to keep you and your family safe, just in case. We have the tornado watch in play. We're not going anywhere here in the Weather Center. I'll be here even if I'm not streaming. I'll be here to make sure everything is up to date here in terms of the latest information, to make sure I know what's happening. So if there's something imminent to tell you about, I'll be able to give that information to you there in a very quick fashion. So we're looking toward the Panhandle. Jefferson's not in the watch here, but I see a little bit of a signature, not much. These are pretty weak, so let's not look too much more of these for now. We're just going to kind of zoom out, broaden things out. The Weather Service will let us know if they're really watching something in terms of an area of rotation. Tallahassee, I know it's the first day of classes there for the fall semester. It's the first time some people there have really been back in the class there in 5 months in person. Being careful, of course, with the coronavirus in play, but just have to really kind of keep in mind that it's got to be kind of an odd feeling with that happening there, and then you have the severe weather acting up here with that potential based on the tropical weather that's occurring. So just a couple counties there as we're looking, as we get away from Tallahassee, just bordering them toward Gadsden under that tornado watch, and in South Georgia, also bordering Port de Leon, we have a tornado watch as well. So just kind of interesting to see. The chances there are not huge. Don't see anything in play around them right now, and that's good news. But just seeing those, a couple counties there bordering Leon County under a tornado watch. Maybe a freshman coming in for their first day of classes. Even that's got to be kind of a little bit nerve-wracking, combining that there with your first day of classes ever, and with the coronavirus threat, of course. Hopefully nothing evolves. Not really expecting it to in toward Tallahassee, but we'll just continue to watch. Things can change here. They have changed a lot with this tropical weather picture, and we'll continue to give you that latest information. I'll go ahead and come back on camera now as we see another significant weather advisory for Jefferson, Taylor, Lafayette, Madison. We're watching some of that action as we've been alluding to it. We see a tornado warning in South Carolina. That's kind of interesting. Let's pop that up right now as we zoom in. We've been watching it for the last little bit, just showing you the scope here of what's happening with the shear and the energy. And you see this is here off to the west of Charleston. Some rotation. It's not all that tight right now, so that's some good news. It might get dropped, this tornado warning that goes for Charleston and Dorchester counties here until about 6:15. Not very tight, so that's the good news. I don't have their chat up looking on that to see if they're talking about this, but I would suspect they would drop that because that doesn't look all that impressive. We'll check for debris here, and there's nothing standing out, so that's what we like to see. pretty broad. We've seen rotations tighter than that here around in our viewing area not receive tornado warnings. Now, I think it was tighter earlier, though, as our shear rate product was picking up on it. Yeah, it's not picking up on it now, so I'm sure it did warrant it earlier. But at this point, it looks like it's winding down. That's some good news for those folks in toward that area. We're going to look back at the last 12 hours in terms of rainfall now as we switch systems again here. I know we have that flash flood watch for parts there of the area in the Big Bend getting toward Wakulla, Franklin, and Liberty here as well. And we're seeing the rain threat really stay just to the west over the last 12 hours. You see these flash flood warnings and play a lot of issues around Panama City with information they're coming in on multiple vehicles disabled on Richard Jackson Boulevard between, it looks like, Back Beach and Middle Beach Road, according to the media. So just don't want to hear that. Water reported overrode at several locations, water up to car doors even. So Panama City having some issues there. A flood threat that was pretty significant there, maybe even rising in some regards here to a little bit higher level here at some points in some more urban areas because of the urban nature of things. But Tallahassee staying pretty dry here, and then Albany upwards of an inch and a half there. Starkey area, if you're watching from here, we've heard some rumbles of thunder. We're more on the periphery of the energy and not as much shear, meaning we're not going to have as much rotation. You see the marginal risk in play. You see the slight risk of tornado watch off toward the west. We're not under a tornado risk here. We're under a wind risk, however, and that's what's prompting it for our counties here as we get toward North Central Florida. Nothing right now around here as you get toward the Swanee River Valley, though, and further off toward the west of that even, here toward the Big Bend, you see some more moisture around, some thunderstorms in play. We're going to see how these look. Mayo, Perry, get into some of this. Levy County here as well, and we're just going to pay attention to everything as we do a Doppler tour across the region. Now let's give you the overview here of the cyclones that we are watching. We have Marco, of course, in play. Marco, of course, as we pop this on 40-mile-per-hour maximum sustained winds as of the 5 o'clock update, moving there northwest at 7 miles an hour. And you can kind of see how it's falling apart. We're not even really seeing much tropical force wind as we get close to the coast there. As we had a hurricane warning in play, and this just didn't really materialize, luckily. But it spread out that moisture and increased the threat a little in toward parts of our area with that tornado threat that wasn't supposed to be spread out and pushed off toward the east like it ends up being there, as you've seen on our graphics. So beach erosion and dangerous rip currents, high surf, some flooding there in coastal communities. Also some impacts that we are paying attention to. But you see our track here depressed and falling apart. But we have to watch Laura here. That's the big story, folks. That is your big story. We have a hurricane watch from Port Bolivar to Morgan City in Louisiana. 60-mile-per-hour maximum sustained winds. The movement west-northwest at 20 miles per hour. That minimum pressure 1,001 millibars, and you really see the nature of this. I'll kind of step out of the way just a little bit here. You see this storm system as we are tracking it a little bit near Cuba. We're paying attention to that. Even seeing the Keys being impacted here a little, and we have to watch for Texas, Louisiana, which will dive in here on the graphics in a moment. But let's give you a radar update in the Keys because they've been seeing some pretty gusty conditions today. Things looking a little bit better right now, though. We'll go ahead and show it to you here on our radar scope technology so you kind of see how things are evolving in toward that area at this hour at 6 p.m. at that dinner time frame as we look Marco Island toward the south there. Seeing some of this toward their south, but as I put on velocity, let's see how wind energy looks because we've seen a lot of it in the Keys today. This is getting pretty far up, but you can really see it on velocity here. Some of this translating to the surface, 55 miles an hour showing there. We're just going to have to see how more of this might come in later. You kind of see some specks there. We're getting kind of far away. You see some of this wind energy in towards southeast Florida as well. Not severe right now, but we are seeing some of this. As I see, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for parts of our area, Hamilton and Swanee till 7 o'clock. So we'll jump over to that here in just a moment as we are watching the periphery here of some of this energy around. No tornado possible tags. So that's some good news, but we'll pop that on in a second. My radar's actually down. I kind of forgot about that. Let's switch to the terminal radar there in Miami and give you a little bit of a look at things here and you'll be able to see the base velocity as we look here west of Coral Springs. It's kind of hard to see. You see a little rotation maybe, though it's kind of tricky looking off these radars sometimes, and that might not be much there, but maybe a water spout, you never know. But as we get off of to the west of Coral Springs, some wind energy. It's hard to see how much because this is a radar we don't typically use for this type of action here, and we really just kind of like to use those bigger radars there in terms of those bigger coverage areas. So we're going to get back to our area now because we just got a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Hamilton and also Swanee, and there's that wind energy. Some of this I was just talking about, and there's your polygon. I was going to circle it for you. I'll go ahead and do it anyway. But you can kind of see it here, this wind energy moving there. And I'll go ahead and pop up the information on this now from the National Weather Service. And I'll show you that this is northwestern Swanee, northwestern Hamilton on a 7. Severe thunderstorm located near Live Oak, moving north at about 30 miles an hour. Live Oak, Jennings here under this warning, you kind of get the idea. So again, there's your warning. This storm near Perry is starting to become more impressive now. And let's see this other storm warning. Look at a couple things here. That's starting to rotate. That's becoming a little bit stronger in terms of that wind energy. We might need a warning here north of Perry, because as I pop this on, we're getting right to that criteria, right on the edge maybe, actually right above the edge here even, as you see 59 miles an hour. So we have to pay attention here as we're moving from Taylor County now in toward parts of Madison. Things evolving quick and a little rotation in Jefferson County now. These are looking a little more impressive, so we have to pay attention here to see if we get a tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible tag, something like that off toward the west here. But you see that severe thunderstorm warning for the Live Oak area. You see that wind energy. We're right near Interstate 10, it looks like. I'll broaden the view to make sure. Yep, looks like this is our interstate down here. So I think we're in the right spot. Let me make sure here, because I'm not used to looking at this map. It's kind of hard to see. I'm trying to make it out on our mapping because we have, of course, 90 there as well. And we're looking in toward this region. So again, we're continuing to watch here what is happening. I'm just going to kind of focus here on some of this. Of course, we have Interstate 10 as you get north of Tallahassee. So let's go ahead and try to draw this. If I'm making a mistake here, I apologize. But as we get here on the north side of Tallahassee, you see Interstate 10. And then you see that getting in toward this area here with some of that wind energy around. So we're going to continue to watch. We're going to continue to track things as this rotation's tightening up here north of Perry. We're just going to have to see how this goes. There should be a warning on this, in my opinion, as we see here some of these values. I think I saw a 60 in there, 58 at least. That's that severe criteria if it's reaching the surface. Now, may not be, but we're just going to continue to watch. I'm looking at it on the fly. Now, the Weather Service is using their advanced tools here to make sure this has a better potential of reaching the surface. They might think it doesn't have that potential. They're going to get those winds to translate, but we'll continue to watch here to see if a warning is required in that area. As the evening does go along, we're just going to be paying attention very carefully to the Doppler radar technology. Let's go ahead, pop me back on camera now. We're running pretty long here on this update, so let's go ahead and kind of talk more about Laura now, because there's just so much happening here with Laura, and we just want you to know exactly what is going on, because this is a storm here of maybe greatest impact in the 2020 hurricane season for the U.S. Some of the U.S. here, Lake Charles, Beaumont area, could be impacted very, very badly, depending on how things ultimately evolve. There's still some uncertainty here, but you have the 60-mile-an-hour maximum sustained winds right now. But as we get toward the coast, we're talking about maybe winds maximum sustained, or at least in those gusts in excess of 100 miles an hour. So we just got to be cognizant here. We have the hurricane watch from Port Bolivar to Morgan City, and you just have to be maybe even evacuating if the officials tell you to. Some mandatory evacuations going on up, so we just really need to be paying attention. And here's your storm surge forecast. This really tells a story. We have that storm surge watch here from San Luis Pass to Ocean Springs, and we're talking about the Weather Services here devastating to catastrophic storm surge possible as we get here. You see that 7 to 11 feet. You never want to see that. That is reminiscent of Michael in terms of storm surges. We're in a very vulnerable area. We're looking here. I haven't seen numbers that high in a while on these maps. So a very vulnerable area here, folks. Even getting to where Sabine Lake, Vermilion Bay as well. So I'm going to step out of the way so you can look up toward the east here as well. I'm going to grab a paper real quick here so I can read you some more information. And I'll go ahead and talk now about what is going on here with the storm surge. We'll go ahead and kind of dive into some of this here of what is happening with this storm surge potential. We're talking about areas even toward High Island, Morgan City area, Vermilion Bay, as we've already talked about, Sabine Lake, 7 to 11 feet. Port Bolivar to High Island there, 4 to 6 feet. And then the Morgan City to mouth of the Mississippi River area, 4 to 6 feet as well. So just a little bit of perspective on that. I'm going to step back into the shot now as we continue to track this. Go ahead and get the lighting back as I do so. And again, devastating to catastrophic storm surge possible here in toward this area. We just got to be really cognizant. Now, this is from earlier. I kind of clicked past this, but it's kind of still does a pretty good job of what's happening here with what's happening, as we do need to get people prepared. That hurricane watch means within 48 hours you have to be prepared here in toward that Lake Charles, Cameron area there. Again, the storm surge potential really significant. This is a graphic from earlier. I know the Hurricane Center website will have the latest information on this, but this is just a look at things here. We're just really paying attention to a lot of things. Let's go back to radar before I wrap this update up. Of course, we get something more in it, I'll come back on immediately, or even maybe stay on based on what I see here. As I'm going to go to GR level 3 right now to see what we are paying attention to in toward the Big Bend, in toward the Swanee River Valley, as we get you a look here at the freshest scans of the Doppler radar technology out of Moody Air Force Base. So you know exactly how things do look right now, as we are still seeing some areas of rotation here. So we just again want you to be on guard, be ready for a tornado warning to be issued in a couple of these areas. As we look out toward Sadie Grove, you see some of that rotation. This is here as we get over toward, it looks like State Highway 55 in here, US 221, Sherman's. It's not really tight looking on here, but we'll watch it. It's not as eye-catching as we saw off on our radar scope computer. Not as much wind energy on here either. So that's some good news. You see a little more down to the south, but the Weather Service using all their different tools here, and maybe looking at some of these, seeing maybe the wind energy doesn't actually look like it's reaching the surface. Is when you look at these live sometimes, and radar scope suggested we needed a warning. This suggests we don't really need a warning for this as we get toward the south on these latest scans at least. And as we look toward 8 hours, significant weather advisory there. So just a lot happening. Weather Service talking about here maybe winds in excess of 40 miles per hour. Weather Service doing a great job here trying to keep people safe on this axis as these storms do evolve in toward the Swanee River Valley, Big Bend, southwest, south central Georgia here. We're going to gather more information and be back in about 7 minutes with the latest details. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour with the latest information on the tropics, on the local storms here, even as the thunderstorm warning as we get out toward the Swanee River Valley. We're talking about areas like Hamilton and Swanee under this warning here till 7 o'clock tonight. We've seen some wind energy here in this area. We're still tracking it. We're tracking more wind energy out toward the west here. We're going to continue to pay attention to that in toward Madison and toward Lafayette counties here as well. So just something to kind of make sure we pay attention to make sure something doesn't ramp up with severe winds or maybe a tornadic rotation even as we kind of looking toward South Georgia here as well. We're looking toward Berrien County right now. I know we've been paying attention to that area here as well. So let's just kind of dive in. I know toward Greenville we're seeing maybe a little rotation trying to pop on the board. Nothing too noteworthy right now. And we're going to look at some of these parameters as we have that tornado watch in play. Let's go back over toward that here too. You'll be able to see that watch until midnight in the yellow color. Conditions favorable inning close to the watch area for some tornadic activity possibly. And now we'll be able to end up showing you here as I take off a few things. We'll put on that information here, our mesofield. You see the tornado parameters going down some, and that's a good sign. You'll kind of try to loop this. You see that warning earlier, and we're seeing kind of a broadening here as we kind of move things around here on that time scale from a little while ago. So that's some good news for everybody at home paying attention to this. That tornado threat seemingly winding down here to an extent, but we still have some energy around, and we still have to pay attention to see how that interacts, because as we saw up in South Carolina, you didn't need as much energy here interacting even with some tornado parameters. So we'll just have to pay attention here. There's still enough in the way of these to get maybe a quick spin of tornado, and we'll be paying attention. We'll be watching here as the evening does move along. I'll go back to the radar scope computer right now. I'll show you what it is detecting, and we'll switch you on over there. And you can see we still have some wind energy as we look toward areas like Live Oak, Lake City. To get down here, dive in a little bit deeper, you'll be able to see what I'm talking about here with some of that wind energy and some of these other spots here as well. I'll point them out just in case you can't really see them. This is one area. We have the severe warned area here, and then these look a little more impressive, though it just kind of depends on the meteorologist's perspective here as they look at their advanced tools to see if they think these winds are reaching the surface. And we'll just continue to watch here to see how things are going. And as we look ahead, as we look ahead here into the evening hours, how things do evolve. I know we're normally doing a regular update right now here. For those you may be tuning in for that around 6:30 or so, we're in active coverage right now. So we're just going to kind of quickly kind of round up some things as I zoom on out here. You see some of these storms in Georgia. We'll watch to see if any of these become severe or even tornadic with the tornado watch. We're watching the storm down toward Levy County here as well. I'll check for rotation real quick with it. And it's kind of on the edge of the radar site with some winds there, gusty maybe around Bronson, Williston, moving toward Archer there over the next little bit as well. So just pay attention just in case something tries to spin up or produces a brief gust of wind there that's a little bit on the strong side. So let's pop up radar scope now. I know it's interesting to see how this moisture is kind of spread out. We've seen this happen before. I know with Cristobal, for instance, with Cristobal we had something kind of similar. We've had other situations with severe thunderstorm warnings off of storms. Oh, I know there was a wide-ranging outbreak. I was looking back years ago there in toward Big Bend, maybe not that long ago, but before I started at FSU, with a tropical storm that kind of pushed off this way with some of its energy, and it prompted a bunch of thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings, I remember those, and even a lot of just damage reports overall from that wind energy. So interesting to see here. Interesting to see. You see some of these parameters closer to the Gulf Coast as well. Let's see how these translate over there as we kind of combine that with the energy. There's some. We'll see how that moves on in, though it's been a little bit less unstable as we look out that way. So that's some good news for those folks. We're giving you a quick forecast here. I know in terms of those temperatures, we haven't showed you those today, so I'm going to go ahead and put those on here real quick, and we'll give you that normal view of the temperature across the region. You do see right now we have some of those 80s on the board. You have 82, 81. You kind of get the idea here. A little bit warmer off toward Tallahassee core, other areas, because there's more rain around, and these areas that are core would have a lesser chance of severe weather in general because there'd be less energy around there, less atmospheric energy. So that's some good news, at least, even if you got some rain. That could kind of limit some of that severe potential. I'm going to go back to radar scope once again here as we switch you over to that source right now. And to see what's happening here again with some of this moisture still coming in that Swanee River Valley, that Big Bend region here this evening, as we just pay attention, make sure nothing rotates, and just with that tornado watch there off toward the west, off toward the north, we still have to just be paying attention here to make sure nothing is too significant in the overall setup. Back on camera once again. Those rain chances, you might be wondering how they're going to progress here later on to the week, and they're going to be going down some, so that's some good news. They look a little bit lower here as we get early parts of the week past today. I'm talking Tuesday, and then as we get toward midweek and later into the week, we'll be seeing that moisture come back in by Friday or so, with those chances rising some there. So a quick overview on that rainfall forecast. Always interesting to be able to give you kind of a brief rundown on the expectations there with that forecast. And those temperatures here as we get closer toward parts of that September tone range, we'll be seeing some of those average temperatures cool off a little bit here as well, and we'll just have to keep our eyes on things. I know we had just got an update on that severe thunderstorm warning toward Hamilton. They cleared out Swanee, but Hamilton's still under this here until 7 o'clock tonight. You see 82 in Valdosta, so we'll see if it holds together as it does move toward the north, though we didn't want to see a lot of wind energy with it on our tools. It's something you got to pay attention to. New severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, those storms I've been talking about off toward the west. Severe thunderstorm warning now just issued for parts of Jefferson, Lafayette, Madison, also getting over toward Taylor here until 7 o'clock. So there it is now, the yellow polygon on the screen. We're talking about Monticello, over toward Madison, Greenville, Lee, also in toward Lamont, Panetta, even areas like Shady Grove under this as well. So it's new severe thunderstorm warning of 7 for 60-mile-an-hour wind potential here. These severe thunderstorms extending along the line there from near Dallin Park to 13 miles southeast of Monticello. So me watching, we'll be tracking them here as the evening does move along. Let's pop on our velocity to see if these winds are kind of looking a little bit more impressive, and they are here to an extent on our GR level 3 computer. You see some of this wind energy, 47 here as we're getting toward County Road 53. Could be closer to 60. We'll have to just look here and see. The Weather Service is mentioning multiples, so that this area right here, they're probably watching this area here near Greenville. This is not far from I-10. As we get here, looks like near southwest Sundown Creek Road in here, near the Greenville area. So we're just going to be paying attention here to see if things rotate, winds translate to the surface here. But new severe thunderstorm warning of 7 out that way, fueled in part by Marco here with that energy around that shear, and also seeing that severe thunderstorm warning off toward the east. So just a quick recap of 7 for both of these, Hamilton and the Jacksonville CWA county warning area from the National Weather Service. That's kind of inside talk there, but county warning area is what the Weather Service does call the counties they are responsible for in terms of issuing warnings and products. And we're seeing that off toward Hamilton, that Jacksonville in charge, Tallahassee's in charge of Madison, Jefferson, Lafayette there, as well as Taylor. And that's till 7 on that severe thunderstorm warning too. So we'll keep watching. We'll be keeping you up to date here as necessary. Otherwise, if there's nothing between now and 7, I'll see you then. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour with the latest information from the National Weather Service on some severe alerts across the region. We saw those other two go off the screen, but now a new severe thunderstorm warning as we get to Valdosta till 7:30 this evening, moving north now at 45 miles an hour. The severe thunderstorm located 9 miles north of Madison, Lake Park, Valdosta, I-75 at exit 16, Rimerton, Dasher, Twin Lakes, Cherry Lake, Panetta, Valdosta Regional Airport. Also I-75 at exit 5 there in this warning too. So we're going to be watching here pretty carefully as we're looking toward this area to make sure nothing rotates on us as the evening does progress. I know we did get a damage report in from the Live Oak area of a tree being down in the northwest part of the city. So let's pop up our other radar. Actually, I think I need to switch it back to Valdosta. I was looking at Tallahassee to get some different looks here at these storms, but as we look here at the Doppler radar at the present time, I know we are wanting to switch you back over to that Valdosta radar here as we go ahead and try to give you a little bit different look at some of this, and as it does move toward Valdosta. I think we're going to go to radar scope before we switch you over to another tool here. Let me make sure everything's good and loaded here. Okay, yeah, we're going to switch you over to radar scope, and then we're going to maybe go over to GR here in just a second once again. But there's your Valdosta severe thunderstorm warning that's in place. You see the wind energy as I popped that on here. It's really getting pretty strong now as we're looking north of Madison. You see that bright area there of wind. That's the green there I'm talking about, indicative of those stronger winds. So we have to just be mindful here as we get some of this trying to translate to the surface as we're on the periphery of our tropical storm Marco. Again, it really weakened today, a lot weaker than we were anticipating here as we were looking in that forecast cycle. So that's why we've seen more moisture here. It just really got sheared apart. It was supposed to some, but it really just got blown apart here, and that's the good news overall here for the Louisiana area from that storm system. We're still watching Laura, of course, could be a much bigger threat here, but we're just kind of paying attention to this here for our region because we've seen, unfortunately, severe weather being fueled in part because of Marco and that storm being taken apart. So there's your wind right there near the state line between Florida and Georgia here. I'll go ahead and come back on camera right now so we can see what is happening on our other systems. I think we're going to go to GR Earth, and then we'll go over to GR level 3. So real quick on Earth, you see that tornado watch till midnight, and the yellow still continuing. And then on 3 now, GR level 3, you can see that wind energy. Another look at it right over Panetta. Going toward Clyattville here right now, west of 75. Some strong winds moving on in here right now. So just if you hear some of this wind, I know it's going to be getting pretty nasty in your area. Also, if you're that thunder roar, you want to go indoors. You're probably hearing that in this region right now. And I think it kind of tells you it's not all tropical fuel, because a lot of times with the actual tropical system itself, you're not going to get lightning. So you're kind of getting a mixture of some different things here as we look down toward a Live Oak, a little weak rotation here as we get to the south of Swanee. So we'll pay attention to that from Swanee into Hamilton counties as the evening does progress with this. I have some other things we want to talk about right now. I know Apalachicola Roy got him with rainfall right now, though. As we look down that way, they're not getting much of anything, but they had that moisture just really pouring in, piling in there, and we had a bunch of rain, a record daily total there as we got toward that Apalachicola area. We're on the wrong radar to give you the best look, but I got to see you something here, right on the edge of it, but you can kind of see they had a bunch of rain down that way, while other areas here quite a bit less, though. We did get quite a bit here, more than other spots in North Berrien County, for instance, in our area a little bit further. So kind of intriguing to see that. And let's kind of recap Laura, you get the idea. Different pronunciations for this storm, but let's go ahead and talk about some things if you're just tuning in, because we have some concerns here with this system. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the Saffir-Simpson wind scale. I'm going to pull it up here. I'm not going to highlight anything this time because we're going to kind of go over a couple of things with that, and then we'll kind of move along here in the sequence on this Monday evening, as we are very busy, of course, here tracking what is happening with this system, with the other system as well. You see Category 2, what we're expecting right now, a Laura, extensive damage. We were expecting some damage with the Category 1. Still get some damage, of course, with the tropical storm as well, but getting a little bit more as you would expect there when you get up into those winds with Marco, but that didn't happen. Luckily, it's really pulled apart here as we've seen that wind shear really playing a role in that. But we're expecting extensive and maybe even devastating damage here from those winds, at least, with our system there with Laura. It's got to be really cognizant of that potential. Real quick, another look at Marco, the weaker of the two systems. Not too big of a deal. Could have some steering impacts here as we look toward the Gulf, but this should be falling apart here. And beach erosion and dangerous rip currents, also high surf and some flooding in play too. But again, Laura is the big story. A hurricane watch from Port Bolivar to Morgan City, Port Bolivar, Texas to Morgan City, Louisiana. Max sustained winds at 60 miles an hour. The movement west-northwest at 20, 1,001 millibars on that pressure, and we're very concerned about Laura here, folks. We're very concerned about this system. We need people to be listening up here if they live along the southeast Texas coast, southwestern Louisiana, south central Louisiana coast as well. Even storm surge watches, we'll get into that here in a moment. Tropical storm watches further off out of the cone, but we just want people to be paying attention because this has the potential to be a high impact storm with those winds getting up on that scale, maybe in excess of 100 miles an hour. So we just really want people to be listening to those evacuation orders. Even if you're in Houston, you got to be watching this as well because the model data hinting at things up toward the west, and we'll just have to pay attention there. And in the storm surge forecast, we're talking about maybe even worse storm surge, and we are winds even as we get into the wording from the Weather Service of devastating to catastrophic storm surge possible, maybe 7 to 11 feet right in here. We're talking about areas in southwestern Louisiana, for instance. I'll go ahead and kind of highlight these here as I look at my notes. We're talking about High Island. You can see it on your screen as well, but just want to make sure I'm going ahead and getting this information out here the best I can out toward Morgan City. In this area, you're seeing this again, Morgan City, and then in this spot between that and High Island, Vermilion Bay in there, Sabine Lake, 7 to 11 feet of storm surge predicted. That's extreme, folks. A very serious situation. You got to evacuate if you're told to do so. It's very important. You just really need to be paying attention if you have interest in this area because this is a very serious situation. A devastating to catastrophic storm surge possible again, and we have other storm surge values lower still could be significant in these other areas. Not to downplay it, but we're really concerned from High Island to Morgan City, Sabine Lake there, Vermilion Bay included as well. You just have to be really listening up to everything that's happening in this area. Cameron, Louisiana, Lake Charles, that region, that TV market there. We're just going to have to be watching here very carefully. We're going to have to make sure things don't get shifted to the west toward Beaumont or Houston because on this track, the storm surge isn't too bad around Galveston Bay, for instance, but if we have this track shift over to the west some, it will be a dramatically different picture here because of that wind. They'll be pulling it in toward Galveston. You're getting some of this wind poured in off toward even eastern Louisiana and Mississippi with it approaching the coast, but if this were to approach the coast here a little bit further down along this coastal area, maybe let's say it made landfall around San Luis Pass, we'd be talking about wind that's being pushed in there with that, and in that scenario, you'd have that water coming in with that wind toward areas like High Island, Port Bolivar, Galveston Bay, and that'd be a very significant scenario if this storm does reach the potential wind speeds that we are projecting right now, because that would be really raising that storm surge threat there in toward that region. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning in our area, so let's go ahead and talk about it. This is for Jasper now. It's till 7:45, so let's go ahead and pop this on here. Give you that latest information as we're looking at some rainfall estimates there. Not as much rain in toward this area, but as we go over to the other computer, you see Jasper really getting into things right now. I'm going to pull up our radar scope for the winds. You can kind of see if some of this here, yeah, definitely popping on in as we look toward Jasper. So here's what we're seeing on that technology. As you see some of these brighter colors here, we're looking close to 75 even, maybe 60-mile-per-hour winds moving on in. So we just want people to be paying attention here into Hamilton County. Swanee echoes under this till 7:45 tonight. And if this warning holds up, We may have to make a decision here on extending our coverage here. I was going to plan on doing an update here at 7:30 and then wrapping it up, but depending on how this storm looks, depending on how things are going, we may have to extend past that here on our coverage, maybe start a different stream, something to that effect, depending on how things are going. As the weather service talking about another situation with merging cells here in Hamilton County, merging cells with base velocities close to 50 knots, approaching Jasper, storm most and still fast here, still fast, north at about 40 miles per hour. So we're going to keep an eye on this. We're seeing a little rotation. It looks like trying to develop in Lake Park. We'll watch that, and we'll watch to see how some of these spins do come together over the next little bit. I'll be back here at 7:30 with more information. Real quick before we do wrap it up, Tallahassee not being impacted too much, luckily here. I know they've had some rain earlier on, as you saw in some of the estimated totals, but right now not getting into too big of an impact here. And we'll take you to the stadium camera right now to see a perspective as we look at the latest information from the chat session. The weather stem's taking a little while to load, but there we go. You see what I'm talking about here. You see what I'm talking about here. Some of these darker skies, but nothing in terms of that rain really falling around campus right now. The first day of classes in a long time for some people there on campus. It's been 5 months, and just got to be real careful with all the different hazards in terms of the coronavirus. But luckily, no severe hazards there right now around campus. That's the good news for everybody as we're looking at Doak Campbell Stadium. Looking in the chat here, I know some of these areas outward, like Washington County, 5 inches or so, and just the 1 day total there on a weather stem site around, I guess you could call it a Wausau there, if I'm pronouncing that right there, toward that panhandle region of Washington County. We're just going to watch these totals. We're going to watch the cameras here, watch power outage information as well as the evening does progress. I'm going to pull that on real quick to see if there's anything imminent we need to show you with this in terms of higher numbers. And nothing really, though we do have a few in our area that are noteworthy according to Paradise.us. So I will pop it on real quick. Let's just show you what we're talking about with this. This is Paradise.us. I was kind of scrolling through Central Florida because they've had some wind energy down there as well. But as we get into Northern Florida, you see Dixie 69 customers, Paradise.us information here. Gilchrist 327 customers. We'll go down to Levy 112. I know they had quite a few issues down towards Citrus, just outside of our area. Over 1,000 customers in the dark right now. And then we'll move it up toward, I guess, Madison. They are 312. Jefferson 82. And then in the Northeast Florida, no really severe weather here, but Baker 194, Bradford 91. So you kind of get the idea. We jump around a little to give you that information. And it's kind of hard to tell which county has more because you're going by percentage on this map. So some of these rural areas look like they have more outages than the urban areas, but really it's just based on the population and the percentages. But that's just a quick look there at that power outage information. Just over 10,000 customers in the state without power at this hour. Stay tuned, everybody. We're watching these severe storms here. And I'll be back as necessary before 7:30. But if we don't have to come on before then, we'll see you about 7:30 as I'm looking here at the Doppler or other system one last time. Those wind energy values, we're looking at them here pretty closely to see if anything spins up in terms of radar indicated rotation. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour as we continue to watch a lot going on here with some severe thunderstorms. So we're going to keep the stream going for a little while longer, and if I need to, I'll start another one here later on. But right now, we're going to keep the stream going as we have severe thunderstorm warnings around the Jasper-Valdosta area here, and Weather Service just mentioned in Eccles County, impressive velocities about 64 miles per hour or so aloft, and some of that might be reaching the surface. You see it right down here near Statenville. We're going to have to watch this near Tarver, Potter as well. So watch this as it does move off here further toward Georgia area, closer toward the Moody Air Force Base radar site even. So that's something to keep in mind as well. Pretty high values to be this close, less than 1,000 feet off the ground here. So we might be getting some damage in toward this area. With some of these values in play, we'll just have to continue to watch here in toward Eccles County with the severe action as we do continue here to see also some rotation up toward Coffee County. Nothing extreme, but we'll watch it as we look at some interactions. You see here in toward north of Valdosta, some areas of weak rotation, nothing really standing out, but it is there. Areas of rotation, that is. So again, we'll continue to make sure we give you the latest information on everything as it does above. It's 7:32 right now. I do want to touch on that Marco made landfall here officially. It's a strange storm, and it did officially make landfall. We're going to see that 5 o'clock position, and then I'll kind of replot this, I guess, here on the screen for you. You see what it was at 5. It's this smaller area down here off of the Mississippi Alabama coastline. You kind of see what I'm talking about there. And in the landfall position, it was at the mouth of the Mississippi River, so we're at 29 north. It's crazy scenario because there's nothing really around this to tell you. You just have to look here at the lower pressure values. But we're talking about 29 north here on this. And then we're also getting over at 89.2 west. So 89.2 west and then 29 north. So somewhere right where that, I just put that red little box on the screen at. They're not far from Venice, the mouth of the Mississippi. We're talking about it as we just got a new warning in play. It looks like this is for Ware, Coffee, and Bacon until 8 o'clock is for this right here. We were just talking about with that rotation, I believe. We'll see if it pops up in that area here in a moment. In that Douglas area, Bacon's not in our viewing circle, but Coffee and Ware are. So we're getting these storms fueled in part because of the action here in the tropics with Marco, that energy around enough shear. Not really getting rotation too much, so luckily here with this action today, and that is the good news. But we're continuing to monitor things. I know if you're watching from the Stark area, you might be wondering here about some of what's been going on, and luckily right now things look like to be winding down into north central Florida and northeast Florida, southeast Georgia for the most part, with the exception here of Hamilton County, which I guess you could technically call north central Florida. And then in southeastern Georgia, mostly wound down except for Ware County being clipped here too. So we're continuing to watch. I know we were talking about it earlier. We had a storm back in 2011. It was Lee. I looked it up. Lee there had an impact on the region here with a bunch of storms in play with these conditions that have been pretty nasty as we see storm reports there. But looking at this action again in toward South Georgia, you see that really bright area of wind as we get toward the state line now. This is a little bit more definitive than what we're seeing on the other radar, and this is more in line with the Weather Service was talking about. So let's go ahead and kind of show you here what is going on in this area. We're just going to have to continue to monitor the path of this here over the next little bit, as we see here with the wind energy here moving off 63 miles an hour, showing up on the velocity right now. So just want to be inside and away from windows if you're in this area here. If you're in this area, just go ahead and do that, because very important to just go ahead and take shelter there, just to be on the safe side with some of these stronger winds moving in. I'm going to come back on camera right now. Of course, we're watching Laura as well there in the tropics. We're watching that situation very closely. In addition to the severe accident around here fueled by Marco, and I'll pop up a graphic on Laura here real quick with that track just to kind of emphasize things. If you're maybe just tuning into some coverage here today, you might want to know what's happening, because this system is going to be a big deal, it looks like, and we need people to really be paying attention as we get out toward parts of Louisiana and Texas. We got to watch here. This track here could go east or west of where the dots are here. So you got to focus on the entire corner concern for the center. I mean, the impacts will be outside of this even. So I'm sure to watch already outside of this, going all the way into Mississippi. And this goes from Texas there. Margin for error is still there for a storm that could really be intensifying as it gets closer. Got to watch to see the steering currents, as things might not be being read too well in the model data. We'll just have to make sure that people are aware here with that hurricane watch from Fort Bolivar to Morgan City, but especially for Houston, less so for New Orleans, but it still could be the case if this really shifts. They're on the east side, they're going to have more impacts anyway, as in general, but for Houston, if this shifts, there'll be a dramatic change. Just a little difference in the mileage and make a dramatic difference there for the Galveston, Houston area in terms of the impacts. And we're expecting a Cat 2 hurricane at landfall. Winds there could be over 100 miles an hour, and that storm surge there just absolutely very, very serious. May be devastating to catastrophic potential. We're seeing a 7 to 11 feet area. You just really got to let your family and friends know about what's going on here from that High Island area to Morgan City especially, and be mindful forecasts could change east or west and change the area of highest impact, but really serious situation with potentially catastrophic storm surge here. Sabine Lake, Vermilion Bay, maybe the highest storm surge we've seen here in a couple years since even Michael. I'm just going off the top of my head, but I don't remember seeing values like that since Michael, as we did just get a tornado possible tag put into that warning now for Bacon, Coffee, and Where. I was mentioning some of that rotation we were seeing. And let me go ahead and pop up Moody now. They did just update that. It's there, the rotation. It's not really any tighter or really weaker, but let's go ahead and show you what we're seeing here on the technology. You can see the winds going away toward the radar. Let me make sure we're on the right radar for this. And yeah, we are. We're on Moody. That's the closest one according to radar technology. So right near Nichols, for instance, here. Not too far away here from Bacon County, moving out of our viewing circle once it does that, though, which will be good. That'll be some good news here for sure as we're continuing to look here. Continue to look in our viewing area a little bit further at Statenville here as well, with some of this wind energy around, getting closer to the radar site. So right now we're going to gather more information. We're back here on 8 o'clock unless we have something more pertinent to tell you about. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour as we just got a new warning in from the National Weather Service. A new severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Bacon, Coffee, and Jeff Davis. We're switching between radars. This is what it looked like a few minutes ago on our GR level 3 computer there with some of those warnings in play, but most of them just went away as we continue to watch down here with Laura in the tropics. You see this tropical storm winds now up to 65 miles per hour maximum sustained, and the pressure down to 998 millibars. The National Hurricane Center there watching the situation very carefully as the hurricane hunters are out there right now investigating this storm. I'll double check my notes here to make sure I have the right information. I want to make sure I classify them right by the right group here. Okay, so we have NOAA and Air Force hurricane hunters out there investigating the storm. So that's something that we do want to touch on there. Both out there trying to get that valuable data. I think you could kind of see it. I'll try to loop it real quick here, or maybe I shouldn't. Yeah, it'll probably cut out if I try to loop it, but you get the idea with this. They're kind of coming in here, it looks like, on the storm, trying to give the latest information to the National Hurricane Center as we still watch up toward the north here with that new severe thunderstorm warning. Does technically clip parts of Coffee County here as we're watching the rotation kind of move out of that area right now, more into parts of Bacon and Jeff Davis. We're thinking about wrapping the stream up, covered up pretty soon, but I want to make sure this gets out of Coffee County in our viewing area first. Make sure we don't get a quick tornado warning for a little sliver of our area here. It might not really be for much of a threat, just to kind of clip it there, just to be on the safe side. Make sure the radar is reading it just right down here. But looking north of Nichols, some radar indicated rotation and a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag there. The rotation's ramping up. Luckily, this is moving out of our viewing circle, though, as it does move off here. The direction on this officially from the Weather Service is north at about 20 miles an hour. So you see that moving more into Bacon County, but I want to stick with this for a few more frames, and if we don't see much there or anywhere else, I may start to wrap up the coverage. Of course, so we'll be here, folks, if necessary, to break in for severe thunderstorm warnings as the conditions do warrant, and of course any tornado warning in our viewing area. And we're going to continue to track this as it moves away. This is getting there out of our area. We're talking more in toward, I think, the Savannah television market out here. Still Jacksonville Weather Service warns for this, but we're kind of getting out further out here, away from the Albany market, Coffee County area, Jacksonville, Ware County, for instance. So just trying to kind of give you that latest information here as we are looking. Again, you see the winds going away from the radar toward the radar right here at the line. You got to think it could be a mile one way or the other just because the radar's not reading perfectly, but I think it's pretty close. It'd be right here, again, just out of our area, probably at this point, Iowa River Road, with the possible tornado, the tornadic circulation, a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. I know it's kind of odd, probably running on the coverage here with a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. But again, this is moving out of our viewing area. Again, Jacksonville office does still control this region here in terms of issuing warnings, but this is not in the television market as we move away from Coffee, which technically an Albany market, but Jacksonville, or Albany television market, but Jacksonville National Weather Service jurisdiction. So again, we're going to watch this as that moves away. Let's kind of talk about some other things here. We're watching some other areas. I know there's some rotation. You can't see it good on this radar, but I'll pull up Fort Record to see if we can get a better look. There's some rotation here, but it's still be moving more in towards southeastern Alabama. Over the next little bit, as we get that latest information in here, we'll be able to see a significant weather advisory. Wow, that looks like might get a tornado warning there, actually. That's really tightening up east of Mariana. That actually looks pretty impressive there. If it's co-located, it may be, probably is. Yeah, that might be tornadic circulation trying to form there northeast of Mariana, moving toward areas like Greenwood. So that's starting to ramp up as we get near sunset. We'll have to watch that. Let's see if there's anything else in our region here. As we look back, you don't really see too much. There's a little near Morgan and Leary, though. A little there. Well, we might have to keep this going a little bit longer because I'm seeing some trends. Look like things were getting a little bit better, but now things look like they're starting to ramp up again in the overall pattern with different circulations popping on the fringe of our area or just outside, or even in some cases inside our viewing circle with lesser ones. So let's go over to radar scope here. You don't really see the circulation in Georgia very well on here. It looks like it's winding down some. on the radar scope computers. It can offer a different look at things sometimes there on the Doppler radar tools. And you see north of Nichols here, we're looking east of Denton, and you see that we don't have the greens and reds like we did on a frame or two ago here. We were watching this carefully in this area. Again, we're going to continue to track it here as it moves off toward the north to see if things ramp on up there in toward further areas here outside of our viewing circle. Western Bacon talking about there, again, more toward the Savannah television market at that point. So let me go ahead. I'll come back on to the camera again as we look here at the region. We're still watching that storm. That looks like that could get a tornado warning near northeast of Mariana. This is outside of our area, but I may keep the stream going just because we're watching there. That circulation seems like, to me anyway, we're getting gate to gate of about 50 to 60. So we just want to get people into that area there that are watching, maybe to shelter or really close to shelter here for if a tornado warning is required in that region. Again, just outside of the viewing area. As we check the chat, no new information right now. That's good. We'll pull up shear tracker here, and you can see that shear in this tornado watch east of Mariana near Greenwood as well. And I kind of zoom out, you see the watch overall, and then it'll go back in. I don't make you too dizzy, but we're looking here near Mariana. You see some of these higher shear values, so that could be ramping up. You see some of these here in the Bacon, but again, we're talking further even out of our area. I kind of pay attention to Jackson a little bit more sometimes just because there's a chance that could find its way. I don't think it would, but sometimes this accent can find its way in our area. But this is going more north, so I don't think it would actually impact our region here unless something were to really change with this. Shouldn't. But we always watch that area a little bit more sometimes because that accent generally does impact our region as we look toward areas east of Blakely. A little bit of rotation, but it's not really showing up too much there. Leary as well. I'll go over to our other graphics again here as we're looking at some different things. I'll pull up storm surge again here. I was kind of showing this to you earlier. I just want to emphasize this, that people really need to be paying attention here along the Gulf Coast from our other system, Laura here. Devastating and catastrophic storm surge is possible. We just want you to be really prepared in the Wardell region. 7 to 11 feet could occur between High Island there and Morgan City and Sabine Lake, Vermilion Bay. In this area, could change, but we just want people to be prepared. It could be a very dangerous situation that evolves there. Some of the higher storm surge values we've seen since Michael here in the U.S., if that were to verify. So I just really want to be careful there. Let your friends and family know what's happening in toward that region. Give them the heads up here on the situation. We're going to go back over to our other system now. I think we want to talk about radar scope again. So let's go ahead here as we tornado warning for Jackson County. Tornado warning for Jackson County now. So that's coming from the Weather Service. It's about to come out. So let me go ahead and take you over there to our system that'll give this to us the fastest. So we'll see where this goes. But you see that really tight rotation here. You see that tight rotation. I know the Weather Service meteorologist there in Tallahassee just talking about that tornado warning coming for Jackson County. So people want to take shelter in this area here. Meteorologist Molly Merrifield there talking about this. So wanting to try to go ahead and get people into shelter there. With a tornado warning going to be issued for that region. That's pretty tight rotation there. It looks like State Road 71 now. Again, just outside of our viewing area. We're just about one county away or so. We're looking here south of Greenwood, northeast of Mariana. And again, we're going to go ahead and look here again in this region, the circulation on the Doppler radar, that tornado warning coming for this area. It'll be out soon, but go ahead and take shelter. Don't wait, as we are going to have that being issued here for Jackson County in the Florida Panhandle for the next little bit. Some radar indicated rotation, a tornado vortex signature on our Doppler. It's being fueled by our tropical system Marco with that circulation here. And now a circulation popping up here, an individual warning toward Jackson County, a tornado warning here, looking toward Greenwood, take shelter. Malone here as well. You see Cottonwood into Alabama too. I just go ahead and be inside and away from windows, even up that way, just in case this warning goes out for them. And they're going just for Jackson right now, just for Jackson County. As we go ahead, we'll go to the other system here in just a moment to show you sure rate again, but it popped up real quick on this one. That tornado warning until 7:45 Central for a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Marianna, moving north at 20, north central Jackson County, Malone, Bascom, Greenwood, Blue Spring, Cipolla, Terrace, Marianna Municipal Airport, also over towards Seals as well, under this tornado warning that circulation's really tight. So those of you in that area want to take shelter, got to be watching in the southeastern Alabama as well. Again, this is a set of a viewing area here just barely, but I want to let you know about it. I'm going to keep the stream going because of it, as we are looking more toward the Panama City and Dothan television markets. Again, this being fueled by Marco. We're back here by 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central with another update on everything that's going on, unless we have something more imminent to tell you about. Stay tuned, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the bottom of the hour as we continue to watch things. I know just outside of our viewing area, a tornado warning does continue toward Jackson County. So let me go ahead and pop that on the screen right now. You'll be able to see a little bit better of what's happening there with some radar indicated rotation. It's still pretty tight, maybe not quite as tight as it was on previous frames, though. You can see it has broadened a little. We'll have to watch to see how this holds together as it gets toward Cottonwood. But still some tornadic action fueled by Marco here in toward the Panhandle, in toward Jackson County. Another area of rotation, Interstate 10, just south of Chipley there, southeast of Chipley, southwest of Mariana. So we'll watch. These will be pretty weak tornadoes overall, more than likely, but we just got to monitor them here. Not headed our way, not headed toward our viewing area. We have other areas of rotation we've been watching in the viewing area, though, that are not being closely watched like this here. You see Blakely, for instance, areas of wind, a little bit more rotation a little while ago. Same here, north of Morgan. Nothing too impressive for the time being. So that's the good news. We're getting an update here in the chat now of some localized road flooding in the city limits of Adel. Water over the road there northwest of Lenox, according to an emergency manager there. And water over the road on Antioch Road near the Brooks County line. A few limbs have fallen there and damaged some power lines in the county. So something to note from emergency management there in the chat just coming in. As we look here toward Adel, you're seeing some wind and rain here in this region. And right now, though, Adel not too impacted by the rain. Look at last hour, not too much, but they've had some rain here in the region overall. You see more off toward Lanier County, for instance, as we look in toward a region here that is watching this action closely. And this other severe thunderstorm warning we're watching moving out of the area now officially. They did clear coffee. We had some rotation on that. Some rotation there too, but nothing too noteworthy at the present time. But we are watching the rotation here off toward the west, off toward that Fort Rucker Ritter site. Let's see what they decide to do here over the next few minutes on this warning. It'll be interesting to kind of take note of exactly what is happening here in this area to see if they have a decision that maybe required a new one off toward the north. We're going to pop up radar scope again here so we can give you a little bit better perspective on things. I'll go over to the radar in the Panhandle. It'll be a little bit different angle here, at least, of the action here. Looking at it from a different direction. So let's go ahead now and pop on radar scope. You do see some of that not as defined on here, but we still got to watch another area of rotation as well in the region. We're keeping our eyes on as well as we get down toward the south and west of Mariana. Again, this is out of a viewing area, so we don't have to be on forward here. It's not part of our policy. We're just sticking on a little longer here with the tropical weather coverage since Marco did make landfall here within the last hour and a half or so officially, but most of the impacts here off toward the east, and really the worst impacts right now being felt just about one county away, it seems, from this system with a possible tornado in toward Jackson County. We just want people to be taking shelter here in toward even Cottonwood. If you're feeling uncomfortable right now, just go ahead and take shelter to be on the safe side. But no official tornado warning for you guys yet, and the rotation has weakened some, so it might not be too pertinent there to do that. But just at least be ready to do it if you're wanting to be paying attention here to this action, to this situation, because it is one that's been fluid here this evening, and things can ramp back up pretty quickly. We're seeing some pretty nasty wind energy here southeast of the circulation near Greenwood. Also some wind energy showing up. Could be a circulation southeast of Cottondale here. So we're just going to continue to track all this associated with Marco here, with this tropical system, with this tropical storm that made landfall here and made landfall mouth of the Mississippi River. But we're seeing the impacts being felt here further off toward the east. So again, we're going to continue to make sure you're kept up to date on what is happening here as we are looking off further into toward the Panhandle. Again, out of a viewing area, that's the good news, but still something to take note of on a Monday evening. I'll pop back on camera now, another look at things. You can see what I'm talking about here. With that, we're going to watch other areas here as well. A little enhancement near Blakely. Looks like we just got an update from the chat here on that. No plans to extend it there into southeast Alabama, that tornado warning for Jackson. So that's good news. And we're going to continue to watch to see how things evolve. Likely some wind energy, but nothing too terrible as I kind of reevaluate there. We look down toward the south and east, Camilla, Moultrie, some of this, but nothing terrible. I was looking off of Moody here earlier, and we were seeing down toward Lake City some more wind energy, and we'll see if anything's more to find there now. As we go back over that way, you'll be able to see what's happening in toward Columbia County. We had some wind, so nothing too extreme here again. That's not too big of a deal overall in toward most of these spots. Again, with the tornado warning, when you have that tornado warning potential, you have to be watching a little more closely here. Tropical tornado potential, especially as we look toward Columbia. Not much here. A little bit of wind energy, but I think it was a little bit stronger as we go back earlier in time. You kind of see that a little bit there. And you see some wind into Atkinson, Tipton, maybe some wind about 40, give or take. But the update on this tornado warning for Jackson, they're not going to extend it there as of the moment. Here, as of the current time, at about 8:36 Eastern, 7:36 Central. They're not planning to extend that into southeastern Alabama. I'm sure they're going to keep an eye on this rotation to see how it does progress. Kind of go back here in the frame. Things may be weakening a little bit more. We're watching that other rotation near the interstate here. And I think we're going to just go ahead and kind of hand it off here for those folks out toward the west. Watch your local stations in toward Dothan, in toward Panama City for the very latest on that action and see how things go there. In toward southwest, south central Georgia, we're going to watch to see if anything ramps up. Of course, if we have a warning in our area, we will make sure we're on to keep you and your family safe here, folks, especially a tornado warning. Thunderstorm warning, may just post about it, retweet something, but if there's a tornado warning, we'll make sure we're on because that's very important to give you that latest information on what is happening at that moment there. And just want to go ahead and get everybody into shelter when those situations do occur. So have those ways to get those alerts in this yellow color here. A tornado watch continues till midnight Eastern, 11 o'clock Central. A tornado warning for another few minutes in Jackson. Could get extended into southeastern Alabama. We'll keep an eye on it. We'll see here as the evening has progressed. But we're watching this situation. We're watching the tropics here with more of the action with Laura as well. Going to be a serious situation. It looks like as we get toward Texas and also into toward parts of Louisiana. We'll be here with the latest on that tomorrow as we look ahead. If we don't need to break back in tonight, probably going to have a hurricane warning issued at least by about the 5 a.m. advisory, I would suspect, by the National Hurricane Center. Just looking at the time frames, unless things maybe slow down a little bit more, then they might hold off to 11 a.m. But with the potential like it is, I would think they would probably go 5 a.m. on that here because that would give about 36 hours before tropical force winds arriving by about 5 p.m. on Wednesday. We'll just make sure people are up to date on that situation. Lake Charles, again, not our viewing area with that system, but we're going to be watching here to see the storm surge, see how areas like Cameron are impacted there as well. Let's pop up radar scope one more time on this tornado warning storm. It looked like it wasn't as well defined on the latest scan out of Fort Rucker, and that's some good news. Let's check velocity though to kind of back that up, and we have a little down to the south, but the velocity here not too defined, and that's what we like to see here as we start to again wrap it up. I think we're going to wrap it up for real this time. I know we've been kind of looking at things behind the scenes here on camera and stuck with it a little bit longer, but we just wanted to keep you safe. Of course, if anything pops up in our viewing area as we get there into more southwestern Georgia, south central Georgia, the Florida Big Bend, there's not much down there now. It seems hard to get something getting going there here in the next little bit, anything tornadic, but if anything does happen like that, we'll be here to keep you safe. We just got the expiration for that tornado warning for Jackson County. That's good news. That's going to be allowed to expire in just a few minutes at 7:45, and you see it already popping off the screen there. Thanks so much for tuning in. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud. Thanks so much for trusting me, and have a great night. I'll be back tomorrow on all the platforms with the latest information on Laura.